All right. So, patch is downloading. So, 7.3 is here! Finally! The finale of Dawn Trail. Time for me to decide whether or not Dawn Trail is abysmal garbage or peak or the actual fact of it's somewhere in between. Um, my opinion on Dawn Trail has been pretty, like, it was disappointing. I expected it to be like ARR but better, and it was only barely that. So I'm a little I want 7.3 to be good. 7.2 was pretty enjoyable, but like 7.0 and 7.1 were not great in terms of the story. So I'm hoping. I want it to be good. In terms of expectations, I had some predictions on what I thought was gonna happen in the story. For 7.3, Sphene is obviously going to be a part of our trust, for the dungeon, and probably for the trial, because the trial has duty support too. I'm expecting, so, I'm expecting there's to Calix is going to be our long-term antagonist. They mentioned before that they're introducing a character who's going to be um with us for the long haul, or at least for the future. So I'm expecting Calix, but also Sphene to be joining us in the future. This trial will, like, it might be copium, but I really think the trial is going to be Necron. I'm a FF9 fan. And Necron, the fear of death, like a primal born of death, but it might be more mechanical rather than an actual primal. Also, because we have duty support, and obviously Sphene and Luke Lamont would be with us, it wouldn't make sense for it to be like primals that we've seen before, like ones that like can temper. So but either way, I think the trial boss is going to be Necron. Um because like it can't be some kind of Kuja, like I really don't think there is any possibility for some kind of for Calix to become like a Kuja kind of entity or something, because his whole presentation and philosophy seem contradictory to that. But um yeah, I think the trial's gonna be Necron. They haven't revealed it because the name would just straight up be Necron or something, especially the Japanese name, and it's not some made up new entity. Otherwise, they would have told us their trial name. So it's got to be something that fans would instantly hear and be like, "Oh, obviously." But I believe there's gonna be, and the trailer also hinted at it, Sphene being tempted by the crown, being the queen that she thinks Solution 9 that Alexandria wants and needs. I think she's going to have a moment where she is tempted to like put it on and like just become that queen, but in the end she'll either throw it aside, um, destroy it, or some a rejection of that that kind of leadership so that she can be her own person in this new present Alexandria. Um, and in following that, I think Sphene will join us after this patch. Maybe into 8.0, or she might just be with us in the lead up, like how Zero was. Um, but yeah, I'm expecting her to not stay in Alexandria, at least for the time being, because Calix is going to probably escape. I've been thinking about the trial. We know it has duty support, so there's two implications with that. One, well, okay, whatever we're fighting, Necron isn't like a tempering primal or anything, and that's why we can have all these other people, uh, main characters, main character NPCs helping us. That's one obvious thing you can draw from that. Um, or two, Calyx took our Atom Crystal. I think that is certainly a possibility. I'm sure that would piss a lot of people off, but alright. Game has loaded. But yeah, I definitely think it's a possibility. Like, he's very interested in the key, but what if he doesn't get the key, but somehow takes our crystal instead? It could be a possibility. But yeah. Um, I'm just hoping that this ending is satisfying. If you notice, this is a new PNG tuber drawing of Popula I did. I just drew it without consideration of how it would actually look in the corner of my screen. I'm gonna be covering my chat box, obviously. But she looks a little awkward, but it's fine, honestly. It's whatever. Alright. I'm in. Shale. Targeted tragedy. If you have a moment, Popula, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who's this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. This boy ain't no Kuja. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated. The evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince the Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Endless life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless a thousandfold. If we meet to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Baby hacker. While Galuljaw and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction can happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolol. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Popolo's group if you'll have me. The more mouths that ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. When I was playing Dawn Trail's MSQ, I really thought Geode was, like, gonna betray us or something, because there was, like, a lot of weird camera angles with him, where, like, it would focus on him during odd moments, and I was just like, is this, like, foreshadowing? Is he suspicious? I thought he was, like, a bad guy or something, but no, he's just a guy, I guess. Or maybe something's gonna happen. I don't know. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Surely my Geoda's evil theory will come to fruition. Good luck with your patrol, and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old sot. Sorry. Just when I think I've internalized better manners, talking with Geode brings back all the old bad habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There will be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. For those who wear no regulator at all, they clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to accept its vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, where he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What's up with this dust? This ain't Undertale. Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? Did you recall when we went to save Erinville from the sentries in the outskirts? The usher, Malachite, told us much the same thing. Oh, right. Solution 9 Oriange. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. They both share stories. Speaking of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Did he just, like, vaporize people? How do you turn them into dust? Poopula, we need your help! We've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go! Uh-oh. Oh, that's freaky.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed.
Just punched each other.
Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
What is this thing doing here? What's this thing even for?
Quietly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora!
Unfortunately, I am not in a healing job right now. I cannot help.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Oh boy. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Money! For their sakes, I have to remain calm. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe. We still need rest. Will you stay with Milos and wait over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. I thank you. Please be careful yourself. They had completed their applications to leave the dome and were practically out the door when all this happened. We'll make sure they're taken care of the moment Isadora is ready to travel. Isadora's going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? That's new music. I think this is just entirely new because I don't remember this track at all. Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. Traitor Geotheory. No, he's probably about to fucking die. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. This track's interesting, I like it. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. What's your weapon? Why is it so shiny? We made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Well, Yahweh has one too, so I asked her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geo said that he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Pray thank your Malala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade and make sure no one else comes to harm. Oh.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Oh, bro is gonna die.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Oh wow, okay. That's how they're dustifying them.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Oh, is that how they're getting the extra ether?
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Oh man, old man.
Shit.
It's so funny your shit is so shite. Bro, you do not keep extra ammo?
Damn you!
Uh-oh, why would you give him a gun? They could take the gun and shoot you!
Can't be here! You need to run now!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It was a trap!
A trap!
They're about to beat you to death.
Take care of the others, eh?
Damn, Geode, I'm sorry I thought you were a traitor.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Couldn't even take one down. Are they even interested in killing us since we're not?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether.
Oh.
But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand.
Fucked up.
7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Ew.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
Are you fucking kidding me? Insane question.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yeah, it was a stupid question. You're gonna kill people here or in another reflection. It
I
doesn't make a
return to my
difference.
work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Man. I really can't. Damn. Rip Geode. I can't. There are no words. Piles of geodes. Sorry. I'm sorry, the Deltarune Braid Rod is really, really strong. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul self he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx, damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's soul and ether allowed for many more endless, why that too would be a notable sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Popula. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. I would like it once if the fact that I finished Eureka gave me additional, dialogue for Krile. I will hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. Dang, everyone is here.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. I spoke with Uklamat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. I made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risked so much. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was. He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shell knew him longer, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what had happened to Kapkiwa. You think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Oh, we have Isidore and Milos under guard, so that's one less thing to worry about. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kapkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Is Earth and Sky the place where we like beat up training dummies? I actually don't know. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. I already have one of these. No? Okay, sure. These air wheelers are gentle babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. the original Oblivion hideout. Phew. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Popula, you might be the first person I've ridden with who hasn't been an Oblivion recruit. That wasn't a Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. I got my own plane. Oh. Ugh, just our luck. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that I slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feeds clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Popula doesn't drink, but an exception this time.
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right?
A different version.
What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared.
Amazing.
And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calix to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Bro, these all suck. I don't need any of these! I don't know, I'll take some of those because I'm planning on healing next here. It's time I went back to locating Calix's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us to the right direction. What are your plans, Popula? Popula, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds on the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you're finished attending to Shale, of course. It seems that your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. As long as the memories remain, this wound in my heart will never fully heal. But it might be better that way. To feel something, even pain, is to remember that they lived, and to know that I am still alive. Won't be the same without Geode around. Uh-oh. Is the music normal outside of town? Yeah, okay. Oh god, why is the music in town freaky? Oh no, that's not good music. That's bad music. Bad things are happening music. Oh god. Thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. You feel like you're being watched. Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. You know what I think? I think Popula should, like, give someone, like, on the first, the key, and then come back here and be like, alright, let's do this. That way there's no way for Calix to get the key. There's absolutely zero chance of him getting the key, because it's already in another reflection, and there's no way for him to reach that reflection. It's nothing so obvious as loud wailing or acts of violence, but, well, it would be best if you saw for yourself. Oh, are they, like, I remember in the trailer... Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-Regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government can still have some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. I can't go on like this. Greetings, I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. That's a weird-ass sentence. Why are you praying? Stop praying! You know what happens when you pray? You create a primal! Well, we do not need prayers. We do not need thoughts and prayers right now. Oh no. Oh no. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Oh man, that's Necron. Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. I hope you come to your senses and get your hands on a neo-regulator, friend. Well, that's nice of you to hope that. You weirdo. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. With each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Popola, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. Already here with Lamachi and Alphino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Oh, hello, Mesoterminal.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it.
Stop praying.
We will become endless. ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
First those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We have the hopefuls who descended on Lamachi dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. The latest wave attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching the breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Crowd told me everything that happened while we were away. My apologies, the sign's not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. You have one too, don't you? Of course you do. Interesting. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklemat, please let them shelter into Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If we happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the Lake Queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? What could we want? I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was a promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear. So together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I will come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol, or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are! It felt like it'd be really corny for me to be like, don't forget about me! Yeah, it gives big ex-husband energy, if that makes sense. Gululja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said that you were here. Good news, Popola. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. We cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think of what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Sounds like Gululja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. I'll show her the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You
got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
Shale high-key MVP. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as far as where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located on the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro-magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it doesn't seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. It does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Oh. Interesting. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. For security reasons, the Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms. The Researchers' Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deutero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, Preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Access denied. Please log in with your personnel account to view. Complex Director Demetrius. Protolab Chief Eosfer. Duerto Lab Chief Redacted. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at their workstations? These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. Was this really a preservation laboratory? Laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. Ugh, the arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Okay, I just gotta find it. The small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. You scan the bin's interior hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Yes, I know. The game's like, hey, and I'm like, I know. It appears the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try on the door and see if it opens. Hold on, I want to check. I can't use my card here. I see. Card-shaped object, fashioned from electrode. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner, and... it's open! You did it! And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere without outdated circuit. I am curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Tisk. Proto Lab. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malala colleagues, including the Protolab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Duerto lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I've been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Duerto lab. Interesting. So, okay. It starts from journal entry 1 to 4. 1 to 2 to 4 to 9 to 14 to 18. We don't even have all the journal entries. Did someone get deleted, or we'll just read the ones that seem important? Either way. Demetrius and I don't remember Kral's parents' names. Oop. Eosfer? I don't think that was their names. But I don't remember. It's been a while. This must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card. It's probably not gonna work. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon a card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. The door's already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Your positivity is not helping us get searching. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though it will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. This machine feeds into a soul cell. Oop. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting interference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163, new proposal produced a result of 9834, decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted in that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conduct the experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way in the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Gulojal mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? The door is shut tight, but the number has suggests inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination. Up to 5 digits. Um, 11509. 11509. The locker pops open. Level 2. Alright. Popula, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? You should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you will recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who would not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot, the researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read didn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the... I can never pronounce this. Deutero Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked doors across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. I already read it. Calix hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. Deutero Lab. Like Deuteragonus. That's the right way, so I'm gonna go the not right way. There doesn't seem to be any power here. None at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room's down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero Lab, shall we? Puzzles! Engaging energy supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Judoro lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to the cable. What about the patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we can create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Popula? The rest of us can help by supplying Popula with whatever information might be found in the circuitry configuration. I was able to glimpse part of the warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. Only one of each circuit pattern can be set at a time." Look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gulojaw is working on. Hard to make out, assuming there are 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square and the top left is half a circle. That's something to get you started, at least. There appear to be dialogues from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. The generator doesn't need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit's fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Alright, what was that diagram again? Oh. If I may, Shale, can we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation to Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into the field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix did not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost in the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you have no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible from now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calyx have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calyx's praises. The people who work here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Right, I'll get this door open. Whew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? The key to the interdimensional fusion? It looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Popola has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed from here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. So, okay, even if they took the Asm crystal, they could still, like, do this, which is not good. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. I figured it'd be something like that, but I was like, The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx tracked the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Yoshtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our top priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that can grant us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to be highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for cards left behind. Remember, anything less than 3 is no good to us. I'm holding out hope though. I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Oh. I didn't mean to find it immediately. Whatever. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. Yeah. Another crystal. Azem, what were you doing? What were you leaving behind? It's a fucking 3D printer. They're 3D printing vessels. Why are they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Well, if it isn't exactly what we need, nice work. Oh, well, level 3, that should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. Even when I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of FFXIV security cameras. Considering the way Calix is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as a key holder, are planning. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of these transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all of its surveillance traffic to, then you can pinpoint Calix's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on an entirely wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calix said he was measuring Popola's strength. What could he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording is also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Damn, sounds like the ancients all over again.
Your argument is a projection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Well. I'm sure there must be like a cleaner way of doing that. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to deep infatuation with Master Calix. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through the portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryle. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Now to find the data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Come with me. I might have need of that security card. There's a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. My apologies. I was thinking about the key. Something odd. Something odd. This director, Demetrius, was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display? A sapphire? A topaz? I don't think that- I don't know. I don't know anything about which one it could be. A garnet? A sphene? I don't think it's a sphene or garnet, but it'd be funny if it was. This terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Oh, it's gotta be that. Beverage station! Coffee. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. But what about the Royal Master 14? Oop, I didn't mean to do the right one. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. But he gave Krau's parents eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. It seems solid right now. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, Deutero Lab, and Director's Office. Right. I forgot. Locker. Oh. What the fuck? It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Bro, that Calyx was a fucking, what, 12? 11? Creepy ass weirdo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, and oh, man, he really fits that haircut, huh? Yeah, I found something. I found something, Shale. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? I'm like, Calyx probably was just like, I don't want this guy to be... turn him into ether. I don't want him around. Be gone. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked in the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access left itself is concealed too. By Electrup, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Sho? Never trust an Electrope surface. Truly, you never had that property in my time. Oh. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Oh, what if she just walked right through it? That would have been funny. Another door. Agreed, 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto-lab. I'll take the deutero-lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I'll take the deutero-lab then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match your timing. Popola, you'll have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamat and Krau through the process. You know, there was this display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of Electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't figure any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Oh, it's missing something. I've searched the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of Electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. You got it! Go, kid, go! If I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one, there! There was something inside. Oh, it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. What a smart kid. Wait, does something happen if you look at it again? That's so funny. Okay, no, it doesn't happen. Nothing changes. Alright. It contained nothing of note. Sapphire and okay, it is a garnet. Okay. Sapphire, garnet, Alexandrite. Sapphire Proto Lab. Alexandrite Director's Office. Garnet Deutero Lab. I knew the jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Keep the stones? This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each gem means something different. I bet if you asked Fiend, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yes? Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, as you say. Well, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture as soon as Wiklamon and crowd rejoin us. You did good, Galuljaw. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrians, Fiend holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I had ever shared that destiny with my other self.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories. And if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data? We Kingdom Heartsing this shit?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Sphene. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
and I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
It does not matter what he throws at me. Aw, Sween's like, oh, I'm useless.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that was an adventure. It might not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Well, I mean, curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the background. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I love the Lala walk cycle so much. It's peak. I passed on the short version of events to our comrades so we can all be prepared for the challenge ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge would come in handy in the days to come. Though I might not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. It's a shame that punching an endless does no damage. I'd love to rearrange that serene face of his. We've briefed Erinville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. But now we've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though... Ooh. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at having been deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. No reckless heroics. Yes, I understand. I promise not to subject myself or the party to needless danger. I'm coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you to battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Popola, Kryle and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's all over. Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. Genolt. You are so useless. I need you to meet the R. Gerald, even though he's in Tuliolol. I can't believe you're not involved with it right now. It's crazy shit. Oh. Big crowd. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosan and his position. The air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gosan himself. I see he's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager. He is getting covered up.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will paradoxically make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Hey. Wow.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
Man, the guys switch up after him begging for, like, more souls.
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Either way, it's not like they can stop us. Like, Calyx wanted us to come and, like, fight them, so whatever.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, It falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Yeah.
Indeed it is.
Should you be saying that? Oh.
No, that wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Calm down, Sphene.
You shouldn't say that!
Amity, you used her name.
You guys are so bad at this.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
It is a relief to be freed from my indecision. Until I removed my regulator, I didn't realize quite how heavy it weighed upon me. Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Remember me, the hunter from the Thunder Yards? It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. Yeah, you died. Your ass got kicked really hard. We've been walking over. Alright, cool. Well, I don't really care enough to talk to the others. Alexandrians, as ever, are a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Ghassan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step toward change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock the Neo-Regulator away where no one can get it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it will be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
Should you be walking around alone? You're kind of like useless in a dangerous situation.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. What's your... Oh, you called Estinian to come for the trial later. I understand. I know. I'm a knower. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We technically have a full party here, but I'm like, but what about Estinian? I don't know. We've all been so busy. Seems like an age since we all last gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. Last time I had to wait on the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. I'd scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Seems Alphino and Alzi were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. What's his precautionary measure? We have a full 8 here, so... 'Tis good to see our comrades, hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the mesoterminal itself. Why, what's happened to the mesoterminal? I'd even... Oh, there it is. The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we were last here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Ooh. That looks so... Okay. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored, and she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Living memories steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance staged to deceive us. As for the meso terminal, however, It had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which was why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating Endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Popola for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. I do love this song. Very good song. Alize and I have prepared for every eventuality, yet still, nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, we shall guard the flanks. If my parents are indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm add an addendum to grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a grousing good one, eh? 'Tis beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will, especially when the objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx as a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. As the vow of resolve, or even as just a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them, starting with the oath I swore to the Endless Fiend. Even if it's just a memory, I want to think of her smiling at that promise kept. The Alexandria of today has seen countless lives come and go. My other self took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service of our kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that more than sadness awaits them, that tomorrow can be better than today. Calix's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality calls to mind the Ea. Not that informing him of their fate would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Ea's warnings. So I know a little something of refusing to listen save when confronted with the incontrovertible proof of my error. I really do think you take on too much from too many people, and yet, it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, so I'll be damned if I let Calix steal it. Alright. Get out of here. Zoe Mancer.
I too can fight. I too can fight.
Oh, you're only DPS. I thought you'd be a scholar. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be...
I stand ever ready.
I won't let you down.
I always do duty support for story stuff, if I can.
I won't let you down. I too can fight.
Alright. Seems like a good selection. Let's hope the music's a banger. Dawn Trail Trust have been able to do full pulls, so let's see.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Calix will have prepared us a warm welcome. Oops. Slow, but works. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to the question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. Yellow.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Interesting. What's the point of recreating this, huh, Calyx?
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Huh, interesting. Well.
system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Huh. I don't remember if I saw the gear for this dungeon, honestly. I've not been paying attention. According to Master Calix, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage by a contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Eh. Oh, would this be Biss? Okay.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
I'm not Biss on my Dark Knight, so... Eh. I was thinking, by not being Biss, maybe it'll be easy for them to pop my shields, but maybe not. Criminals! Hardened criminals! Huh. Oh!
Loyal executioners. They shall deal
Interesting. Oh. Okay. Simple enough. Ow. Okay, you know? Interesting. Everyone gets a different mechanic. That's fun. Oh, I didn't need to use that. I need to stop. Ugh, fuck. I hit it too late. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I hit Living Dead too late. Am I gonna get this one again? Yes. Oop, I forgot. What happens when I kill mine first? Do they expect the tanks to kill them first? Because I doubt it. Oh, I can just come in and help. Awesome. So you just can't escape. Graha just does nothing. Awesome. Interesting. It's kind of funny. Oh, Crow kills her way faster. Makes sense. Ooh, the metallic reflection looks really nice. So right now I'm just wearing the... Yeah, this might be Bis for real. Interesting. Alright. Oop. Was there another thing over here? No, it's just a side? For no reason? We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's aether reserves while granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Okay, no going back.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well.
Welcome back.
At the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Is this the bar from, oh my god. Hmm. From Trano? Maybe. I don't remember. Does Alexandria have have a bar? I don't actually remember. I just remember Trano having one. Ooh, pretty.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
That's the very, memory meld. It looks very, when I saw it, I was like, man, that looks a lot like, very Necron. Surely not, though, right? We're gonna have a real Necron for the trial, right? This is the one I saw in the trailer, though, that made me really think, oh man, Necron, no. Wow, there's Tuliolo. What the fuck is that? When the fires or something, and Storm Surge, and that is not Tuliolo. I'm stupid. Anyways.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Okay. Very pretty attacks.
Let the storm surge.
Memento.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Oh, that's where a lot of people are. That's fucked up.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Oop, I didn't mean to hit that. Ah!
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
I greeded. There's no point in greed. Oh, cool. She has an electric element break. There we go. Surely we'll have a Necron after this, right? Look, there are 2 iconic FF... Okay, there's 3 iconic FF9 songs. That we could totally have a remix of. Oh! Micro Crow! Clever and loyal. What more could one ask for? Nice! First try. He's using the endless like pawns. My countrymen, your memories will carry me onward. Memories of fear and terror. Hold on. We will see this at the end of an unconscionable act. As hard as this is, we must push on. Alright, let's go!
The endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor?
What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of
Summon?
you and your
Summon?
comrades.
A summoning.
Yo.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
It is. Better built up than actual FF9 Necron, if I'm honest.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to!
Bro, did he beat up this dude?
Made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Aw, man.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Uh-oh.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
in the... What's going on?
This remix of Grand Cross is gonna go so fucking hard. Iconic!
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer.
Classic.
Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end.
Ooh.
And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Hi, Necron! Oh, yeah? Is it a wall boss? It's probably a wall boss if it's Necron.
What is that?
Wait, is it just straight up Necron? Oh, holy. I mean, okay, it's Mesoterminal Necron.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
Oh, okay, so they did bring them. Okay. Oh, that's their precautionary measures they were talking about.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being improved.
Ooh, I love that music. Okay, that's the precautions they were talking about, I'm assuming.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
That's the first time I've seen him smile, and it was a smirk.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Yeah, it's just straight up fucking Necron. Ageless Necropolis. Ooh. Yeah, I know. Hi, Necron! Hold on, I wanna... Because in Japanese, they always just go by the name. Oh wait, what's the weather? The weather is dying breath. Well, it's not dying gasp, so I guess that's something. By entrusting the memories of departed... Don't want accident. Departed loved ones to the cloud, Alexandrians have long escaped the grief of separation, being thus forced to confront the realities of mortal existence, but then filled their hearts with a dark and unreasoning terror. harnessing this heightened fear of death for his own ends. A genius of an age gone by now, channels the people's desperate prayers for succor into a new primal incarnation. It falls to the warrior of light to stand unflinching in the face of fear made manifest and claim victory over this inexorable entity. I thought this was gonna happen, like, during Dawn Trail's, like, MSQ. But I guess it makes sense to have it happen in 7.3. Alright. Hey! It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting aether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear of death, that the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. What is it saying? That the fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. So, 'tis a primal which embodies the concept of death and all of its terror. He has made manifest a most troublesome foe. I mean, I don't know. We already we already fought a certain bluebird, so I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Despair manifest is much more terrifying than death itself, honestly. An abundance of lightning would indeed obviate the need of more crystals. I should like to know whence Calyx came by this summoning knowledge. I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare. Let's send it back into the darkness, Popula. As I feared, I was right to bring. Okay, yeah. Spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, we must take advantage of every warrior we can field. Alright. Intrepid, All-Rounder, Sage, Sorceress, Zoemancer, Pictomancer, Red Mage. Item level 725. I have 740, so it's all good. I actually made this to help my friend raid, and then I never tanked. But it's okay. It works out. The Japanese just has the name, so it makes sense that they would do this. The fact they actually had the moaning sounds in the beginning before the summoning, it's great. That's iconic.
Evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Alright, I get 2 revives, is that it? Will for burning for battle, sustaining most damage that would normally result in will to live. Okay. Alright.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Fear of death.
Drag them to their graves.
Lines.
There.
Okay. I am seeing. I am understanding. Memento Mori. Okay, I am seeing. I am understanding.
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
Wow, that hit really fucking hard. Soul Reaping. Draws Aether.
Kill them.
Oh. Okay. Ring.
Bothersome. Kill them.
Shola, I need you to, like, not do them.
Compounds fear.
Oh no!
building your strength.
Yeah, I see Grand Cross and I get very afraid. Oh my god. Oh, it's just this. Huh. I did a cold crescent.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be an interesting EX.
Death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Interesting. You have escaped the abyss.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There.
Alright.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Allow me.
Point blank circle. I was not paying attention. Point blank circle, point blank circle. I'm just gonna guess.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Circle. Goes out. In. And then out. I guess. I couldn't remember.
If you must.
Left.
struggle in vain.
Surf out.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
I cannot fucking see you. Yashola, I cannot fucking see when you do that. Please don't do that.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Grand Cross is gonna be a fucking nightmare. When, on the EX.
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Yeah, we're getting repeat dialogue. I know. Point blank. In. Yeah, he just says out in out.
I am prepared for you.
Out.
Kill them.
Oh, it's literally. I thought it was bigger. Alright, I'm just gonna. There we go. That was pretty easy. It is a normal, but like, I remember Heidelin was so fucking rough when I was doing that with Trust, man. Maybe the EX will be cool though. Grand Cross looks like it's gonna be a fucking nightmare on EX. Alright. Something doesn't feel right. We did it! Graha? A primal of all things. Calyx has nothing left to throw at us. Now's our chance! We've beaten you, Calyx. Yeah, well, I believe Y'shtola when she's like, And Kryl? Alright, let's go.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality.
The wolf was like, I practically died at the end of the universe.
So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Wait, no, you're not allowed to do that. Whoa! The wall gets to do something with the
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
People!
And we will protect them together.
Oh, I it's just like me being, yeah. Red mages are awesome.
The others.
I feel like this is such a direct reaction to 7.0. There she goes! What is it like for... What is it like for other jobs that don't have blades? I'm so curious. They actually had me swinging my great sword. That's amazing. I love that. They never give us custom animations like that. That's crazy. His data, did it get transferred?
careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
It's finally over. I believe Calix was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Or did we? Phew, 'tis good to be out of that turmoil, but what of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? After dealing that last blow, I hadn't a drop of aether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Let us bask in the victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've a chance to recuperate. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Luke Lamont. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, he saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Yay! I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing Lamachi's injuries, Kona sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than I anticipated. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at least. I was able to speak with Shale and Erenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. Popola, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seems untouched by trial as far as I can tell. But what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sveen. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appeared to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility toward others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Krile, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatments forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so hard to save. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Stop shaking your head, Emmett. Once I've had a look around, I'll go and assist with the treatment of the enthralled. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. It's never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear, concise manner, but 'tis a skill I must hone if I'm to uphold the student Baldessian's good name. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sveen might like to have you nearby for a while longer. If every person who was equipped with a Neo-Regulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation may take many moons. And yet, this is the best case scenario. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long ago. Blades in waiting. Oh yeah, he was like, in the trailer, he's like, I'm weak, I'm so weak. I don't think we ever heard that line. Not yet. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahuswa? She works with the fields at Yuyupwe's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Krile. Bye! Sveen's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Erenville and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. So this is the place where Mahuswa works. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Peppa Wayne was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm sure I am glad to hear that. I'd like not to lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me. For everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have things to keep running without Peppa Wayne and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the thralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge would come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, would it seem. By the way, Popola, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lemachi back to Tuliolol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out a treatment arrangements. Given all of that, I have in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last you heard, he was pitching in over the drift downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Ah, I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here asking if we need help with anything, or if we know anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off toward the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Popola, came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it's good to see you. Alize gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
You could say it was a trial. Nothing new for me.
He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You're like 8, kid.
I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
You are literally a baby. Calm down, child.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Here we go. A child and a bun boy who cannot fight or defend himself venturing off into the outskirts. Oh. Oh. Oh, Otis.
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Three sword style?
That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Galulja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Just like I did with your grandpa. Just like I did with your grandpa. Yet to lift a blade, and he wants to spar already. He is Gulul Jaja's son, alright? Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Otis's sword has seen better days. I'll ask Gernalt to fix it when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in the sky deep cenote. I wonder if he ever intended for me to have them. I have no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend, and I want to stay close while the treatments are ongoing. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it'd be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Do you have anything important to say for once? As for me, there's all sorts of restoration work coming, and we won't be getting a proper snooze in the foreseeable future, I reckon. Okay. You never have anything important to say. Even when you got me hopped up. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. They can't play Smile in these credits again, right? Like, they can't do that. Like, Smile sucks. Frankly speaking, Smile is not a good song. I hope they don't have Smile playing in the credits again. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kefkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where we studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and fluffy pillow? You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While away the days? Sure? Weird, but alright. We needed a time skip, I guess? Several weeks later. Aww.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
It's been so long since he was a government official.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
The Arcadian looks sick.
The investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Like a chain of memories?
Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso-Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
This makes some of the side quests weird.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes, be safe.
I did all the side quests.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company.
But now I'm just thinking about that side quest with the usher. It's just like, I don't know why that man's face
Thank you all for your
stuck in my
well wishes.
mind. And it turns out it was his father. Like, how does that side quest work with the setting? Would there be additional dialogue, or is it just in a time bubble? That's a very awkward situation for some side quests. Maybe this guy just didn't do the restoration. Would they add additional dialogue for that, though? I don't think they care enough about side quests to do that. Most people don't do them and aren't crazy enough like me to do every freaking side quest possible.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Oh yeah, these people.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials.
Bolofil walks are so funny. Look at us go.
Too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Get fucked, loser. Is he gonna be another custom delivery guy? I don't know. Dilf. Wait, no, he was gonna be in Hildebrand! Dilf Cat Man! He's gonna be in Hildebrand. I forgot about that. Hey, weren't you injured just earlier? I didn't finish the Alliance Raid quest line yet, but I did do the raid.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing.
Wait, did they finally fix the textures on his coat? Oh my god. Oh my god. I remember when I was playing Dawn Trail Release and the textures on his coat were so low res. They look so ugly, but they look much improved now. Like, whoa. You look so much better now, Kona. Your coat isn't ugly anymore. Congrats.
My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenote.
Cenote?
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Might have been too late on that one.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
I'm sure that's like totally her decision and not
Scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
not you being overprotective or something.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Expect her to like jump down from the balcony or something. Oh, Mablu. Her name's Mablu, yeah. So why are you lying?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
I wonder where Medion is. She's still flying around, right?
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
The goat. I just noticed her book has Electrope in it.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
I'm still not over how the art made him look super fucking buff.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Wait, does this mean we don't need a new game
It was
plus?
the sight we saw, no more than a trick of the light.
Oh.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle. But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Ooh. So why is the sky, like, normal? Alright.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Svi?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
He's 8!
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young, though, so don't expect too much.
He is a child.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Lighting looks really nice on her.
Thank you all so much.
Well, I was completely wrong. I'm okay with that. That's just the life you expect. So Sphene is to sit on the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their feelings known. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion worthy of grand celebration. This great nation is set to become an ever greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in its history. Galuja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. He will be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. We shall walk this difficult path together, as Val Wuklamat has assured us. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Popula. Wuklamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road. With your words lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. and Tuliyola will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin our journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Wow, the buildings look insane like this. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as a guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamount back to Tuliyola. But what are your plans, Popola? Did you have other matters yet to attend in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. The buildings just being gold looks insane. And not in a good way. It looks crazy in like a kind of ugly way. It's kind of funny. Why are the buildings gold colored? I didn't think they were actually gold colored. I thought that was just the lighting. It's actually really funny. Why does it look like that? At least that time when Smile played, it was like fitting, even if... Oh, that's the EX. I'll unlock it later. Galulasha, you're here! No one told me you were coming! The memory restoration went well, I'm told. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyola a while. We believe in you, Galuja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galuja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire, and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There is no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Popola, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyola. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, as much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyola, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Okay, you don't need to, like, tell me what, like, everyone, okay. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Guloja, and you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Is Erenville gonna appear everywhere? Like Omega does? Omega and Alpha? That would be like the ideal situation, honestly. Whatever burdens I must carry, I will, and I'll become stronger for it. Just you watch. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise. I'll let you know before I leave on my journey. I'll visit Shell and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much I want to learn from them. I intend to make a formal diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the future, and express my gratitude to those who have watched over Guloja. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Erenville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Guloja has packed his bags and left to train in Tuliolol. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him there while you were there? There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is, I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process, and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. You've observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. Oh, Alpha, no, I did see you there. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Acinia may prove difficult to track down. Popola, you're here! We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be cause for some consternation. It may smooth introductions where the science would provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphina report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I have other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host a service in the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That seems fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard, a wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Shale is very popular right now. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large parts thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Calix, that you? I knew it.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Hi, Mr. Asian, or Mrs. Asian, or whoever.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winter. Winter. What's that mean? Winter? Oh wait, second. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? That barely rhymes. I forgot second credits happen at 0.55. In memoriam. Graha! You stay! Ah! I'm always happy when they stays around. We compiled a summary of events and submitted our report to Ojika. As representatives of the students of Aldessian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I am glad to see Krau find a satisfying end to her personal journey. Though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. I mean, she had like a nice little short arc this patch, like more than I thought she would get, because let's be honest, she got like almost nothing in all of Dawntrail so far. So like getting this much was a pleasant surprise, but like I don't think it was very satisfying overall. It was just okay. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat them enthralled. You'd be surprised at how many Porksy practitioners we train now. Angela, too, has been looking rather proud of its efforts. I am most curious to see how Alexandria is welcomed upon the broader stage of nations. As a heretofore unknown, technologically advanced country, I expect it will be met with considerable wariness. I shall do my humble best to ease the tension of the initial introductions. I wonder what Otis and Zelenia would think of my becoming Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased, yet knowing them, also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, I shall strive to rule as they advise me, still with a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. Calx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully some hint is to be found among the remnants of Preservation's works. It is time we began a thorough investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in that endeavor ere it is all said and done. On a personal note, I should also like to learn more of the Malala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. And that is 7.3 MSQ. Alright. Some overall thoughts on patch 7.3. I would say it's definitely the weakest 0.3 patch of any expansion that we've had. I did find it satisfying, and I enjoyed it. But ultimately, it falls flat compared to the other 0.3s. 3.3, 4.3, 5.3, because the build up to it just wasn't, the base, the foundation, just wasn't strong enough to me. I said before that I found Base Dawn Trail to be disappointing. ARR, but barely better. And there's only so much you can build off of that. Ultimately, a lot of the base writing just wasn't strong enough to build to a climax that could have had the same amount of investment from me as other patches. Ultimately, I did enjoy 0.3 though. The presentation was off the charts, honestly. Getting to see my Dark Knight do Dark Knight things. Awesome. Getting to have different little camera tricks and stuff. Getting to have a little puzzle section. Yeah, obviously some people would have been like, oh, we should have had a solo duty or something, some action instead of a slow puzzle section where you just talk and walk. But I like that they're trying something different. Maybe they can make it a little more complicated in the future, or a little more interesting, but honestly, I like that they're trying to do different things. You can really tell that this patch, and also last patch, was built off of player feedback in some ways. The way that they keep putting Wook Lamont in the background or on the side, but she still has such a presence in every scene, you can't help but be aware of her. My feelings on Wook Lamont is that I do think she's a fine character, but the way they handle her and the Warrior of Light in relation to each other is just so awkward. I didn't mind the idea of we're just like a mentor, but they didn't show that enough in Dawn Trail. And the way I don't mind that the Warrior of Light is like not the main character all the time, and that's perfectly fine for me. But then when she takes moments like the 7.0 trial, that was probably the worst moment in Base Dawn Trail to me. That actually actively made me take me out of, oh, hype, cool trial, and actually just made me frown. I was just like, oh, okay. And the scene where she like breaks the barrier in this patch, in the climax against Calyx, and you're trying to reach the memory bank. It seems very clearly that they originally had intended for her to be the one to destroy the memory bank, and then that the explosion from that would be like what wounded her so badly that she was like bedridden, where she would have like broken bones rather than just, you know, hitting a barrier. And it's just like, it feels, you can really feel where the writers are trying to accommodate player feedback, because man, it feels strange at times. But getting to see your Warrior of Light 2 like actually swing a sword and not like swing Ardvor's axe, which was like super cool, but like it's not the same. It doesn't have the same the job fantasy. And honestly, I really like how so okay. 6.5X post Endwalker. I did not like how it handled a lot of its elements. In particular, the FF4 references. Now, I'm not an FF4 fan. I haven't played it, but I know a lot about it. I know the story and the characters and enemies. I know the fiends are like from there, and Golbez, and like how they all interact with the story. And I know FF4 to a decent extent, even without having played it. But the way that FF4 was simultaneously too long and also too bloated and heavy-handed with how its references came across. Things like, here's the four fiends. Oh, okay. And like, yes, they tried to like incorporate them into the Void storyline by making them, you know, Void sent. And here's their backstories crammed in a side quest that most people would not do. It just felt really ham-fisted in a way. I liked I'm obviously a little biased because I am ultimately a FF9 fan, a big FF9 fan. But like the way they do subtle references, like Spheen's book is I'm pretty sure it has a it, like I looked at it earlier and it said memories melodies of life on it, you know, the iconic FF9 song. And the fact that Spheen's hood has the triangles like a white mage hood, or the fact that Sphene is a Neomancer, a scholar summoner hybrid, kind of like how Garnet is, and obviously all that stuff. And of course, Necron. Necron, who is better built up here than he was in FF9. I think it's like, it makes perfect sense that the primal that we have to fight is Necron. Even the really subtle ones that only someone who's actually played FF9 would get, like when Sphene enchants Wuklamot's axe with her magic. Just like sword magic with Vivi and Steiner. Like that's such a neat little detail. I love that. I really just think Dawn Trail has been an improvement in some ways over 6.5, but it's still showing the same issues that not 6.5, post Endwalker. My issues with post Endwalker were about its pacing and its general writing, like not just like the plot, but character writing and dialogue was a little stilted and uninteresting. There's a lack of distinction. The characters don't talk as if they were themselves. They just kind of give stock, okay, this is what I am supposed to say feeling. And Doncho kind of follows that in a similar way, but spanned across an entire expansion and then some patches. It got better with last patch and this patch, but I do feel like part of the issue is just a lot of characters that we have with us, the Scions, have already gone through their arcs. which is part of why I did want Sphene to join us. It makes sense that they would want to keep her there, but man, I really feel like it would have been great to have someone new. Someone with different kinds of insecurities and new ways to interact with the cast of characters that we have and know. So it's a shame that she'll probably, like, well, of course, still interact with her in the rest of patches 0.4, 0.5, and 0.55 probably, assuming, because it's pretty clear that we are just staying out of Tuliolol. Like, they do not want us there. They want us in Solution 9 interacting with Alexandria. Especially since we're gonna be investigating whatever Calyx had going on. But I think it would have been really cool to have someone new. And I'm a huge, I love the Scions. And honestly, I wouldn't mind if they kept being our companions as long as they knew what they were doing with them. But it feels like they keep including them without having any idea of what they want to have these characters do or be. Y'shtola is gonna come back into focus again, but I feel like she hasn't had a proper arc since Shadowbringers, and her Shadowbringers kind of mini arc with her and the Knights Blessed was a very short and subtle arc, but it's like the most she's gotten ever since. And I feel like I don't really trust them to like actually do anything with her. And I feel that's a little disappointing in some ways. And of course, God, I wish they did more with Kryl. Maybe with more preservation stuff, but I feel like they could have actually connected a lot of her past with Dawntrail's MSQ and these patches, but she's just not gotten to have the spotlight in a way that I wish she, well, in a way that she deserves. Speaking more positively, I really like Calyx. I think he was great as an antagonist, very different in a particular way, and I really liked him in that final cutscene. He is ultimately just a child who's been surrounded by people who have fawned over him and constantly enabled him and his fears. Underneath the way his mask, he's more afraid of death than anyone, and we just reinstilled that fear in him, reminded him. A part of me is excited because obviously we knew from the start of Dawntrail, I think. The instant we found out, oh, Alexandria and Solution 9, that's from another shard, everyone was just like, oh, that's Ascians. And I'm a little excited to see Ascians back in the picture, but I'm also worried. Like, a lot of the Dawntrail felt like rehashing similar themes to Endwalker, but worse. What is the fear of death against the fear of nihilism? And it's not really explored in any kind of new way or in an interesting way to me. It's not that the threat is bigger, it's that the threat is the same. It feels the same, or feels so similar, and yet we're just saying the exact same thing to it again and again. And that's a little what I'm afraid of gonna happen with the Ascian again. It's gonna be a sundered Ascian, and of the ones that we don't know the whereabouts of, like, we don't know very much about them, I don't think. There's like Pastorot, Ultima, I don't remember the rest. Dalaphon or something like that. And the Winters, I don't know what to get from that. I want to hope that it'll be a good build up to 8.0. And I want to hope that 8.0 will make FF14's story really engaging and fun again. But I'm hesitant to believe. I really hope that we can have engaging stories and fun characters that I can wholeheartedly love without reservation again. But I'm afraid to believe in them anymore. This patch was good, but it wasn't really great. But it couldn't really reach great with what it was building off of. So for that, I think it was enough. But I do hope whatever comes next will be better.